Okay, let's go! Ready? Well, good night. Ready? Come on, eat up! Here you go. Okay, gather round. Over here! Time to eat! Ready? Well, good night. Over here! Who's hungry? Come on, eat up! Here you go. Let's eat! Here you go. Who's hungry? Who's hungry? Okay, gather round.
Got a second? Made my day. Made my day.
over here. Well, good night. Now then. Let's eat. Let's eat. Now then. Let's eat.
tell you not to come near me? Huh? Rikka? What's that stuff coming out of... Wait, don't tell me. Huh? What? You sound so... Rikka, are you alright? Something wrong. I'm just fine. Same as always. Rikka! Who's calling me? Himari? Wait. It's me! I'm your partner, Himari! My partner? My partner wouldn't be so mean to me! Rikka! What do we do? It looks like her form is altering, right? Is it my fault? Pushing her away? Please, help Rikka! If we can't save her, she's gonna turn into a machine Dramon! My head, it's... Rikka! That's how you do it! Stay calm! Nice hit! Way to keep going! Nice hit! Way to... It's working! Yeah! Good aim! Nice move! Yes! Way to go! Good aim! Attack! Rikka! Himari? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Rikka. It's all my fault. I wanted to go back home. I was worried about my sisters, and so I got angry and took it out on you. Himari, you have sisters? Yeah, they're twins. They're just in 2nd grade. And we don't have a mom, so I take care of them. I got so worried, thinking about how hungry they must be. But you're important too, Rikka. I can't just abandon this world. I wanted to fix things here and zip back to the real world as fast as I could. But things just got worse, and then I went and took it out on you, Rikka. I've been awful. Himari, don't cry. I'm all right. Your friend saved me. Right? You used some program on me, didn't you? That's right. You did something just before Rikka attacked, didn't you? So that's why Rikka's form didn't change? prototype antivirus program? I didn't know we even had anything like that. But you said it can only delay the onset, right? Not prevent it completely? Which means Rikka could start changing again at any time.
Himari, do I scare you?
What are you talking about, dummy? I couldn't be scared of you. You're my partner, and I care about you. I promise, if you start changing again, I'll be the one to stop you. So you just rest for now. Don't worry too much about it.
Himari.
Did you Digivolve?
Yes, I think so. My body feels full of power. With this much strength, I can be the one to protect you from now on.
Someone's feeling pretty bold. But thank you. I know I can count on you, Rikka. Ah, it's Talmon's gate! Thank goodness. Come on, Rikka. Let's get you back to town and patched up.
Sounds like a plan.
Thanks so much for everything. I'm so grateful. I want to stay near you for the rest of my life.
1. Yes, I do. I enjoyed this game quite a lot. I was a big fan of all the Digimon games. I actually came to America as a kid, and this is the first game that came besides Cyber Sleuth that came out like about a year or two ago. It's really fun. I have really no complaints about it. I think it's the right mix between hard and easy to play. You know, like when you first start the game, there's a couple things you may not know what to do, but once you kind of get into the rhythm of the game and you know what you gotta do, how you gotta raise your Digimon, it's pretty easy. I think the only thing that is pretty difficult in the beginning is raising your Digimon to Megas, and that's mostly because in this game it doesn't really tell you what you need. If you ever played Digimon World 1 back in the PlayStation days, it didn't really tell you anything at all either. So at least this game, it kind of helps you. You can always check your history, and it tells you, you know, what are you exactly looking for. If you're looking for 20,000 life, 500 speed, stuff like that. It's just a little thing you gotta do is you gotta kind of adjust what you're doing on the fly, you know. But oh, you play it on the Vita. Oh, you must have had the Japanese version, huh? How many more items can I carry? Quite a lot. I'm gonna carry some items before I warp out of here. That's a free autopilot home. How is the Vita? I know in the PS4 version, which is this one I'm playing, they actually change a lot of the maps, how they look, how what things are located in there. I know they added the DLC included too, which Vita didn't get to a while away. Do you not have a PS4? I mean, I think this is one of the better PS4 games that came out, especially in the you know, Japan RPG type role. It's one of the better games out here right now. Final Fantasy came out back in Thanksgiving, so I don't really classify it right now. It's one of the newer ones. Yeah, that's what I heard a lot of people say, that the Vita is actually really easy. I don't have for now, okay. Yeah, that was the one thing everybody complained about, was it was just a little too easy, which they definitely changed it up. It's not amazingly hard. Like, I played Cyber Sleuth. It came out for the PS4 about maybe a year or two ago, and it had a hard mode, and it was definitely very, very hard. The main story was pretty simple, but as soon as you had like the chapter boss, you really had to know your type advantage, your virus advantage, and you really had to like train for that fight. But again, if you played these Digimon games before, a lot of the things that you kind of have to experience, you've done it before, so it's nothing. Oh, wow, there's new monsters here I wasn't expecting. Let me fight one of these people and figure out how strong they are. But I'm kind of weak. I do want to grab these cherries. I used them before. Wow, that's Leomon's red. Ah, rip. Skill Tamer and Town Up are useless because it's so easy. Oh man. I didn't know it was that bad. I know a lot of people were just saying that, oh, it's, if you actually want a challenge, you gotta play the PS4 version. Which, you know, it makes sense, because a lot of the games that comes out for Vita and like your 3DS, they're never really super challenging games, you know? They really are like very moderately difficult. Yeah, that's why I praise it quite a lot, because technically this is not a new game. It's basically a port of a Vita game. You know, like Cyber Sleuth was his own game that came to PS4. And basically this is a port game. It was for the Vita. It was in a specific difficulty. They moved it over to PS4. They rearranged and redesigned most maps. They added quite a few things. They added the DLC, which wasn't released in Vita for like a while ago. And then, so for $60, basically, you're getting the whole game content. You're getting lots of DLC already included. And you're getting a way more difficult game that most people were like, oh my god, this was so easy. And it was too easy to the point that it kind of made it unfun. You know, like your first Digimon could like carry you through most of the game. You know, it wasn't any real difficulty. You know, and it made a lot of things useless. The tamer points, like you said, and the whole town thing. You know, if you play Digimon World 1, it was basically you recruit them and then you upgraded your town and then you use your town to help you better what you were gonna do. You know, everything has to kind of work together, and right now there's a good mix on what tamer skills will help you out, what your town actually does. Like I started the game out and I did lots of material farming, and I farmed materials because I found that was one of the easier ways to level up early in the game. So, you know, I used that and a lot of money techniques so I could build up my gym pretty quickly. Instead, my brother went the training route. He just trained 24/7 and he got really strong Digimon, but then he couldn't really collect that many materials. So he didn't really level. A lot of his main source of experience came from fights, not, you know, materials themselves. And he just had really strong Digimon, and sometimes it's really luck, because I had 2 air Digimon when I was doing the Leomon quest, and they're all nature, and nature is super effective against air, so I was taking 1.5 extra damage every time. It made that chapter completely more difficult than it really should. You know, like I'm doing them now with my dark Digimon here, and while it's still difficult, I'm not taking like 5,000 damage every single time. I'm taking like, you know, 1,000, 1,500, which is more doable when I only have like 15,000 life, you know. Like before, if I was taking 5,000 a hit, you know, 3 hits and I'm getting KO'd, you know, and I don't even have enough time to get my order power so I can EXE, you know. So it definitely was really difficult. Yeah, and it's definitely fun seeing different people play this game too. After I played for my first day, I wanted to see what other people had as like Digimon, what kind of thing did they start doing, and stuff like that. And a lot of people I didn't like, they were playing on easy mode, and I'm just like, oh no, that's like too easy for me. Like I know my Digimon, I know how to play this game. You know, so I wanted to go straight normal. I mean, I was gonna even go hard mode once I beat the game, because I think there's a hard mode you could play, and it's supposed to be even more difficult. I think that's fun as a challenge. But I mean, it's fun. Like you see some people spend way more time than others. There's other people that battle a lot so they can learn moves. You know, like as you can see in my moves list, I don't really have that many moves. And I think that kind of hurts me sometimes. But I do have like Gigawatt Laser, which I got from the first machine run you fought, and it pretty much carried me throughout the first chapter because it was just so powerful, and I had so many MP discs, it kind of helped. But in terms of like straight power, that's probably my most strongest attack, and I can't really use it. I've been trying to learn Buster Drive for the past like day or two, but I haven't learned it. And all these moves are kind of like mediocre, you know. And like I watch my brother play, and he has a lot of powerful moves, but he just battles like all the time. I don't think he does like any training or anything like that. And I think he's also like 3 chapters ahead of me. But I am beating him in generations though, because technically these are my Gen 5 Megas, and I did more progression than he did when he had his Megas. I think it took him to like 6 or 7. But by the time he had 6 or 7, he was like abnormally strong for that chapter. So he like started just steamrolling the game, you know. And then now, of course, you know, the difficulty caught back up to him, and now he needs to go back and train and do everything like that. So it all depends. Like I'm just having fun getting different Digimon every time, and so far this is the first Megas I went out and I sought, and I got them. So yeah, it's definitely a fun game to watch people do it. It might get a little boring, you know, because a lot of the things is just training, collect materials, fights, but they all serve a purpose, you know, and a lot of people who don't know, like you always want to fight, you know, 15 to 20 people as a rookie, 30 to 40 as a champion, and then as an ultimate you want to do like 40 to 70, you know. Yeah. Oh, I got to another fight.
That's the way. Nice hit. Keep going. Do it.
Yeah. I want to go to this next area, but I don't think I can. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely, the difficulty is very, very drastic.
Yes?
Yay!
Alright, I gotta go to a mod cape. Just in case I'm gonna battle somebody, I already used up my EXE for the day, so I'm gonna go train. How much life does Black War have? He's probably gonna get injured. It's something I don't want. Let's see if I can build stuff. Digi-Starwood. I could also do Digi-Knight. Alright, so I need Godwood. Alright, let's see if I can trade this. Okay. Let's get some more Digi-Light. And then make them to Digi-Knights. Yeah, I know I could go to Mod Cape. I just, I don't really have any recoveries. I used a lot of recoveries during the Leomon quest, cause that Woodmon kept attacking me every single day, and they were quite powerful. So I don't have that much recoveries. So instead, what I do is I make sure I collect all my things and I train for the rest of the day. And then the next day I go to Mod Cape because I can EXE. So just in case I find into a Digimon I can't beat, I can EXE and hopefully take them down. Alright, it looks like I already got all this. Let me get this Digimail out of my way. Okay. I have a feeling that Kouta's gonna pull a Digimon World 1 Tai and a Digimon World 3 Yamato? No, it wasn't Yamato. Takato. I just have a feeling. Let me go and train. Yeah. I don't want to spoil much. I mean, it's fine. Like, I haven't really spoiled myself, but I played these games before, so I kind of know what's gonna happen, you know? But yeah, a lot of the things I want to upgrade I don't have, and I've been trying to like material farm for them, but they're like pretty rare drops, and I haven't like right now. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get enough points that I can maybe finish out my learning or drop type, because I do a lot of battles because I'm progressing the story. You're gonna have to fight. So this is like my next two I want to upgrade, and I'm also thinking, you know, sooner or later I might want to put up my walker type, because like I invested some points into this, and I don't really know if that was the best thing, but I definitely needed fishes so I could get these dark Digimon because they needed so low discipline, so it kind of helped me out. And I got my life, my reverse, my evolving, my teacher all maxed out. I think those were the best ones to max out early. And then now it's just trying to figure out where I want to put my residual points. Yeah, my brother was telling me, he's like, oh, I maxed out Walker, and I'm just like, like I don't really know, because like I gotta just invest into like 13 points, and then it's like 23 points right there. And right now I'm doing fine, not, like I think I move slow enough that I collect everything and I know where I gotta go. You know, like I'm not rushing places, but at the same time, like I kind of wish I could be out in the field more. You know, like an extra tent will help me out. But at the same time, I think he wanted 50,000, and I don't have that much. I do, but I'd rather put up my gym than another tent. You know, I don't want another tent.
Here you go. Here you go.
Yeah, that's the one thing that's pretty difficult in this game, is to get money, or get enough money, because I feel like I get enough, and then I always spend it.
Let's eat.
Like, I think every single time I had enough money, I give it to Kabuterimon so he could upgrade my machines. And it's the same thing, he could upgrade something else, but like, right now, I don't really need to. Like, I don't really feel like I need to give him my money so he can upgrade my gyms. You know, like, I'm just getting a little bit more attack power here and there, and just waiting it out.
Training time.
I also feel like the fatigue trainer point that you got, it doesn't really do that much. Like, I don't notice a huge significance in how much fatigue I actually get. Like, I know it's supposed to cut it, but I feel like it's pretty much the same.
Time to eat. Time to eat.
Yeah, that's what my brother told me, because he's like, oh, you should just go here and get a bunch of money. And like, for what I noticed for the areas that I can do, it's that Fugamon that drops me about like 1200 now, since I got the bit power. And I think there was a Meteormon in the volcano. He gives you about like 2000 or so, or 2400, and they're not that bad, and I could kill them pretty simply. But the last time I went to the Bony Resort, I got my ass handed to me by the toy Agumons. I don't know if it was just because it was like 3 or 4 of them at one time, but they really were quite powerful, and it took me a lot of like recovery items and regen this, and a lot of I feel like it was more trouble. So I haven't really explored that town yet. I know that's probably where I have to go now, because I went to Ex Machina, and I feel like I hit a dead end. I couldn't leave that area. And if it reminds me anything like Factorial Town in D-World 1, there's probably 2 entrances to it, so that's what I'm thinking, but I might have to be further in the game for that. So until then, I'm just progressing the storyline. I know I have to go to Mod Cape. I'm just going to collect my daily items, and then I'm going to head there now. I also take my time with it, because I document a lot of things, like the specifics, what tamer points actually give you, how much bits you get, what enemies are weak to what. I'm working on this guide. I'm working on several articles for the game and such. So I take my time with the game, but I make sure that I'm doing it for a reason. Because I feel like I got some pretty decent megas this time around that could actually help me out. Yeah, I mean, I've seen my brother, and he's like, I think he's Gen 9 now, and I swear, like, all his stats are at least like 2 or 3,000 by now. But I think as Gen 5, because it's also hard to compare your Digimon to somebody else's. Like, I haven't seen a lot of people that are on Gen 5. They're either like Gen 1 or 2, like just started out the game, Gen 3 maybe, or I've seen like Gen 8 and higher. So like as a Gen 5 Mega, I don't know how to like compare that to somebody else, because I feel like they're pretty set. They have one stat that's not the best, but all the other ones are pretty high up there. Yeah, I mean that's how I play most games. Like I make sure I systematically progress the game while I make notes of certain things. Cause I mean I wish I knew that I could target Digimon earlier in the game. I wish that I knew that I shouldn't get injured so much. Like I thought the game was more lenient on how low your life needed to be. I didn't know that like 5,000 is technically low in the game sense, and you get injured. Because then I entered in a lot of fights I probably shouldn't have, but now I know that, so that's something I like to tell new people, like, if your Digimon are weak, make sure you heal them up, or like stop fighting, because they're just gonna get injured. And in the early part of the game, if you don't have bandages, you need to buy them. If you don't have that, you gotta buy medicine, and medicine's very costly at like 2,500. Sometimes it's just good or bad luck depending on the Digimon you get. I had a lot of Digimon that was weak to the desert when I needed to be in the desert progressing the story, so I needed to do everything really quickly, or they always got sick. Luckily I'm pretty good at item management, so I always had enough medicine to keep them healthy, but the average person may not have that many items, and it might set them back. Like, I'm pretty sure I could have beat, the whole Leomon storyline if I didn't have 2 air Digimon. I had a Phoenixmon and I had a Hercules Kabuterimon. They're weak to nature. Oh, it's fine one. I get what you're saying. I still haven't got enough items for this quest. I think I need my item shot to be level 4, which that's why I've been trying to upgrade that for a while now. Yeah, I try to keep my communications pretty simple, because there's a lot of people that watch streams that are not really like native English speakers. That's why I normally just use the chat box, because most of the time you could always chat with somebody and they can understand you. Especially if English is not their first language, it might be harder for you to like understand what am I saying instead of just like reading it. And you can always like copy it to a translator too. Nice to meet you. Thailand. That's quite a far away. I had a few Thailand watchers before. I feel like most of my demographic comes from United Kingdom, America, and Australia, with a few like Eastern European countries in there. Which is hard because I try to stream at, like, I only have enough time to stream at night. So I don't know when that'd be it for other people. I think that'd be like early morning UK. You know, that's late night America time. And it's probably during the day in Australia. Right now it's a weekend, so I could play a little bit during the day, but not too much.
Here you go.
I mean, I will figure they have more fans than America do, because over here is like mostly Pokemon, you know, because it was more popular here than Digimon, and it got more airtime and stuff like that. But I've always been a Digimon fan since I grew up. I feel like the Digimon games are way more enjoying to play than Pokemon games. I feel like most of the time when you play Pokemon games, it's very, very simple and not fun. But I think that's just because it's tailored for basically kids. You know, like, even though a lot of demographics of people play those games, it's not really the main target group. At 4 a.m. here. Have to go soon. Alright, well, no worries, man. You know, like, I'm glad you stopped by again. You and Major Pleb, I see, usually come on here and chit chat for a while. It's definitely good. You know, I don't mind when people just come by and just watch, because there's always people that don't like to interact. But I do appreciate people who actually, you know, chat in the comments and stuff like that.
One more time, Yukimura.
Yeah. Exhaust flame!
Come on! You won't get stronger than anybody with an effort like that.
They've been like this since I arrived, training like they're possessed. You can tell just from looking. Yukimura isn't up to this, but even using force, I don't think I could stop them now. I know I'm not setting a great example, but I need to ask you to put a stop to it.
Don't try and stop us. This is Yukimura's and my problem to solve. Hey, what's the matter, Yukimura? You done already?
No. Not yet.
That's right. Do your best, Yukimura. We'll be stronger than anyone else out there. We decided we'd do whatever it takes, even if that means altering our form.
Kouta, if that's what you want, I'll...
Not good.
Brace yourself, Yukimura. As long as you don't lose your will, all that power can be yours. Yukimura, what are you doing? Knock that curse into submission! Why? That's not Machine Draymon. Yukimura!
That's the way! But it's working! Nice hit! It's working! Bam! Keep going! Nice hit! Keep your eyes open! That's how you do it! Nice one!
Try using my antivirus program one more time, please. It seems effective. That is, I wonder if my auto-learning program is doing even better than I thought it would, if it's working this well. Sorry, just talking to myself. Anyway, we've got other things to worry about.
Yukimura, I'm sorry.
What were you so impatient for? You're not a kid anymore. Didn't you think for a second it might turn out like this?
Because I've got nothing. I can't do anything. I just wanted to have something I could be sure about. Our friend here is obviously special, and Himari's so sure of herself. I'm the only one who's just... nothing. It was the same in the real world, too. I mean, not to brag or anything, but I did great at school and sports, and I could read people pretty well. I'm sure I was the kind of guy people would be jealous of. And of course I appreciated that. But all the same, when I had to actually think about what I wanted to do in life, I realized I was just empty inside. Everyone would talk about their dreams and goals, and I'd just try and think of a single thing I really wanted to do. I had this vague picture of how I'd enjoy myself. Find some job or other, get married or something, get older, and just have a pretty average, decent life. But Suddenly, I felt like my footing wasn't stable anymore, and I started to panic, thinking I had to find something. And that was when I got summoned into the digital world. Here, I finally felt like I was special. I believed there was something only I could do. But it turned out, I was wrong. I was sure of that after I met this tamer. I knew right away that I was just an empty nobody after all. And so I ended up mistreating my partner, the one I was supposed to care for more than anyone. I'm the worst. I'm so stupid, so pathetic.
It's true. That was pretty stupid of you. You've got a partner who believes in you and risks all kinds of danger for you, no matter what. A bond so strong that even in altered form, they wouldn't lose sight of who you are. You've got friends who come running to your aid. And you still think you're a nobody? All this time, you never noticed that you had something no one else has in your hands all along.
I guess so, huh? I sure am an idiot.
Looks like help came at just the right time. Let's get back to town for now. We need to let Yukimura get some rest.
Yeah.
Occupational hazard, I guess. He was trying too hard to put up a good front. As cool as he talked, he still relied on you so much. Not that I'm really one to talk. Hope you can give me a pass there. You ought to take a rest too. I have a feeling things are about to get pretty busy.
So, the antivirus program opens up new possibilities for altered Digimon. Fascinating.
Oh, I forgot I still got my mic on. Yeah, I like the story so far. It's new. It's not completely out of the ordinary. There's still like certain Digimon elements in it. I mean, considering that this is a sequel to Digimon World 1, and Digimon World 1 literally had no story. You were just plopped into the digital world, you recruit, you save, you battle Analog Man, and that was it. You know, like, they did a lot of things that was nice to tie in from Analog Man and Digimon World 1. Yeah, that's what really set me. I'm like, okay, I could really like this game. You know, the fact that most games, like a lot of games that came out in early PlayStation didn't really have a story, and like more so now, there's a lot of games that don't really have stories. It's just like, oh, play online or do this, and it's something that a lot of games don't have a strong storyline anymore. the fact that it took, I'm gonna have to heal this guy, or he's gonna get injured by the time we're done. The fact that they took our game back from '99 and they used elements from that game and used it in this game as, you know, something to promote how nice the game was. It's definitely really nice. You know, like that was something I wasn't even thinking that they were gonna do. I know a lot of people complain about Digimon World 1 because there was a lot of like bugs and glitches, but we also got to remember that game came out in a time where a lot of video games weren't amazing. Like, yeah, that game had a couple bugs and glitches, but that's like, I mean, even nowadays, there's still video games that come out with thousands of bugs and glitches. Like, you ever play Fallout games or even Oblivion games, like the Skyrim, stuff like that? When they come out, there's so many issues with them, and I always complain that, you know, if a game's coming out, it should have most of those issues already checked and fixed before they launch. You know, like I always complain that it's something that they're not really paying attention to until a lot of people bring it up to their attention that they have so many issues. I don't know where to find Meicoomon. Is there even another ship here? Guess not. Oh, now they want to fight? But yeah, and we're talking about in 1999, a Digimon game came from Japan to America, and it was really good. You know, a lot of the things you did were unique, where you had to recruit different things at a time that a lot of games out there didn't have those elements. Like, that was one of the more front-runner games that gave you pretty much an open world, because you could do anything you wanted in Digimon World 1. You know, the only thing that stopped you was how strong your Digimon were and how good you were at avoiding enemy battles. You know, like I remember I had a rookie and I made it all the way down to like Friesland. You know, and that's definitely one of those areas that you should have not, you know, beaten so early in the game. But you can, you know, there's no stopping you. You could take the right hand side and work your way backwards, or you could go to the left hand side and work your way clockwise. There was like so many options that you could have done, and it was all your choice, you know. Or you could like mix and match and go from one area to another one. Well, I think they just struggle too much on the negatives, and they lose sight that a lot of games come out in certain times, and that a lot of games fundamentals or the mechanics that they use bring forth other games that start copying them. Like, they introduce that to the game. Like Digimon, while you could say that Digimon and Pokemon are similar, they're not. Pokemon's literally you capture, you battle, and that's it. Digimon, you train, you have to meet certain prerequisites so they could Digivolve. You know, if you fail that, you can still get a Digimon, but it's not the one you wanted. It's going to be a Nunamon. And then from there, you can still Digivolve. Like, nothing's really becomes unavailable for you. It just makes your game harder, because a Nunamon's really wasn't that strong. You don't really learn a lot of poop moves until later in the game. So it really made the game tougher that you weren't successful in Digivolving correctly, and therefore it made the game way more difficult than it really should be. Just like in this game. In this game, if you get a cool-ass Digimon, that's great, you're cool, but if you have the wrong type advantage, like you're in a plant Digimon and Volcano, you're not going to survive very long. If you're an Ice Digimon in an Air Town, you're not going to last long. You know, it just makes the game more harder than it really should have. But at the same time, it is a mechanic. You should know the type advantages, and you should try to work your way around it. You know, like I played the Dark Souls series games. You know, Dark Souls came out, I like to say early '06, no, '08 maybe, no, '09, '10. Okay, so it came out 2011. What I was thinking about, I think I was talking about Demon Souls. Because Demon Souls came out first, but it was one of those games that was only in, like, Japan only for a while. You know, we didn't really see that much of it. And when it did came its way over to America, a lot of people didn't know anything about it. A lot of people were complaining that it was too hard for the general public. You know, it was definitely a severely niche game that only certain players will actually like. You know, and instead that game was like a cornerstone. You know, it mixed elements like Oblivion. You know, that you had quest markers and you talk to people and you progress the story. But at the same time, it was open world. You could do a lot of things up to you and tackle it how you want to do it. A lot of the fighting mechanics and the stat interactions that it had with each other was actually pretty interesting how everything worked out. While it wasn't amazing because every game has its flaws and people can manipulate certain things, it was a really good cornerstone game. Then they made Dark Souls, which pretty much was a spiritual successor. While it wasn't the same cookie cutter game, it relied a lot on the core mechanics, aka the stats, the open worldness, the armor and the weapons. You know, different world, same weapons, they use similarly. Okay, you still have your HP bar and a stamina bar and a mana bar. You know, and the core mechanics was there. You know, and it was popular enough that they made Dark Souls 2, 3, even Bloodborne. And while each game is slightly different, if you played one, you know how you could play the other ones. And a lot of people liked the game so much that other developers started making games similarly like them. You know, have you ever heard of what's that? I think it was it wasn't the Fallen, but it was like the Fallen, the Giants or something. It was like a Dark Souls inspired game, but it was like very clunky. Like the fighting mechanics weren't really polished. Everything moved clunky. The cameras were wonky. You know, people said, "Oh, if you like Dark Souls, you'll like that game." But a lot of things that Dark Souls does right is the little things, like the fighting, the smoothness of it. Like everything feels nice. The issues with Dark Souls lies in the community, much like every game you play. The game essentially may be good, but if your community breaks the game or exploits it or uses several mechanics or, you know, ways of playing that is very maybe underhanded or cheap, or that wasn't the way it was designed, then yeah, there's always a lot of issues. Which a lot of games like that, there's always balancings and patches that comes out, you know, every month or every 2 months like that, and it generally fixes a lot of issues until everything becomes pretty balanced. And yeah, I mean, it all depends on who's reviewing it, what points are they bringing up, and such like that. I always try to tell people, you got to remember when a game comes out, the year it comes out, you know, the developers, why are they doing it, stuff like that. You know, a lot of people complain the Dark Souls series never have a story. You're wrong. It does have a story, but it's up to you to connect the story and understand it. And, you know, an average person that doesn't really know that much things about it, to them, it may not be a story to them. You have a point. For someone who knows more about the notions they bring up, the concepts that they talk about, it is a story, you know, and it's really, oh, you know, them two versus each other. Yes, it has a story. No, it doesn't have a story. And then a lot of that's nitpicking, you know. It's still an overall fun game. You'll find a lot of people. Granted, like I said before, a lot of the community issue games are because of the community, you know. Just because you find people online doesn't mean they're necessarily going to be cool, you know. And it's the internet. Everybody puts on a role for them. So it is what it is. Speaking of Digimon, I like this game. I think they did a lot of things great by it. I think it's a humongously great port of a game. You know, a lot of games that gets ports are usually never as good as the original, and I think this game surpasses the original. You know, and I mean, like, no disrespect to the Vita game. I'm sure it was fun and whatever. I just feel like this is more of a total package. You know, you're not really wishing I had more. The only thing me and my brother was talking about is, like, maybe they could add more Digimon. You know, like, in D World 1, we got Centauramon, we got Tyrannomon, Andromon, Gurumon. You know, like, I haven't seen these Digimon here. So, like, maybe it's adding those Digimon, because I know they try to, you know, juggle between all the Digimon from Digimon World 1, D World 2, D World 3, 4, and I'm talking about the animes, or the manga, whatever you read or watch. You know, we see Meicoomon here. I know we see Rosemon. I'm sure some evil Digimon like Lucimon's coming up in the game, or you could find them. Because I saw, when I was trying to get a Biomon, I saw that you could get Lucimon. So I'm sure his evolutions are in this game. There was also another Digimon, I think it was from D World 4, that he was available. And I saw some Digimon Knights and such like that. So there's a good mix of all these Digimon that you could get. I just wish that they added a few more. But again, that's something that they could always add if they wanted to in a patch. You know, change up the Digivolutions and add a couple ones here and there. You know, I feel like if they really wanted to, they could prolong this game's life cycle by just adding a few Digimon's Digivolutions here and there, or adding new DNAs, or, you know, adding a story here and there. It's definitely up to Bandai and see what they want to do, because I know we did already see DLC. So technically we already have this game plus DLC. Yeah, and in the PS3 era, it's pretty much like the 360 era and the handheld era. A lot of the games that came out there was really generic. It wasn't that great. Yeah, semi-open world. Yeah, I can agree with that. There were certain things you had to do, but yeah. GTA did open world, but that's what I'm saying. Like, if you look before GTA, who did open worlds? You know, like, you could see some examples, but mostly Digimon. Digimon gave you pretty much open world. You know, Digimon World 1 over D World 2, because D World 2 was a bit more linear on things what you had to do. But a lot of these games that came out gave us the cornerstones of open worldness and, you know, stat interactions and other things like that, which in other games, you know, picked on, and then they wanted to expand it more. You know, like nowadays you can't say open world without, you know, GTA or Skyrim or, you know, the Elder Scrolls Fallout series. You know, a lot of those games people know because it's very popular. It's marketed everywhere, you know, but they weren't the first one to make open worldness. You know, a lot of games early on in the 80s and 90s, they started doing these concepts. Whether they fail to properly do them or not, that's up to them, but they introduced it. You know, they introduced that concept, and other games took advantage of. You know, we can't forget the games that came out first and introduced these things and allowed other games to be like, you know what, let's try what this game did, and then we're just gonna make it like ours and really put our own spin to things. So that's how I when I review games or when I talk about games, I try to look into it, because a lot of things that are new are not really new. It's things that we've seen before and they're prepackaged in a different way, or they added their own different spin to it, and it's always nice to see what they do.
Hey, perfect timing!
Long time no see. Things have finally recovered to the point where we can send and receive video signals again. Thanks to all of you. I can't thank you enough. Still, I can't maintain this for long. Apologies, but let me get straight to the point. First, about the changes to the digital world. As you're aware, all of it stems from the spread of the BH program. I tried to look into ways to solve the problem, and that was when I managed to access the territory of this world. Changes in one world can sometimes ripple outward and affect other worlds for the worse. There have been times when the digital world began to creep into the real world, leading to disaster. Normally, that simply means we must address some issues that seem innocuous. But this has spiraled beyond my predictions. The BH program trapped me, and I almost ceased to exist altogether. As I was trying to shake things up, I happened to access the digital world's own self-purification function. Within that process, I discovered a way to digitize humans from the real world and draw them into the digital world.
I see. So it was like what happened to me before.
It's an emergency measure that the digital world can take in times of crisis, yes.
So, the fact that we were summoned here was...
Yes. It was the will of the digital world.
Huh? It was? Guess our connection from that tournament back in 5th grade was just coincidence then.
The fact that I'm even able to connect and speak with you is due to your ability to resist the effects of the crisis. But it seems that our only hope against the BH program is for you and the Digimon to combine forces.
That's right. We've been pulling our weight too. We've been working on Mr. Mameo's prototype antivirus program, and it's finally getting close to completion.
I hadn't told you about this yet. Well, with everything that happened with Himari and Kouta, I realized my prototype might be more useful than I'd thought. I threw together a new one and gave it to Titamon, complete with the new test data.
Yes, that test data was quite useful. An unexpected benefit of Kouta and Himari's episodes, perhaps.
You're welcome?
It looks like this world chose its helpers well when it summoned you.
Only problem left is, how do we spread the antivirus program through the entirety of the digital world?
There's a big mesh of underground network cables stretching all over the digital world. If we transmit the antivirus program from server tower, it ought to spread everywhere, no problem.
The digital world's network isn't functioning properly right now, though. I suspect that a critical cable may have suffered some damage during that Machine-Dramon rampage. Simultaneous transmission won't be possible unless we can fix it.
Then we'll need to pinpoint the damaged area. Let's ask Digimon from all over for information.
Guess we've just got to tackle one problem at a time. Isn't that right?
I'll gather information as well. I may not be able to operate freely just yet, but I can at least send Digimail.
I agree with you on the only thing is that I like the fact that they made this game strictly because I love D World 1. It is one of the best games out there, and like Digimon World 2, I think they were trying to do something new, and it wasn't really the best. Not necessarily because the exploration, because I didn't really like that. I just didn't like that Digimon didn't Digivolve correctly. Like there was a lot of things you had to do, and they didn't Digivolve right. I remember I had like a a Greymon, and he became some other Digimon instead of a Greymon, and it wasn't until later I figured out that it was another Digimon that Digivolved to him, and you know, like I'm over here catching the wrong Digimon because I thought they were gonna Digivolve, and it was completely wrong. I just didn't really like it. Digimon World 3 was a good attempt at another Japan RPG type game, where you know you choose the Digimon you want and they Digivolve to them. But I feel like even that, a lot of Digimon weren't the best. Like I like the Antylamon line because they're all good, like holy Digimon. But the fact that they were like mostly healers and they didn't really do anything in terms of like attack power or anything like that, or the fact that they weren't like super effective against like dark Digimon was a little you know, off. I did like the exploring. I like using the Digi-Egg of Knowledge and the reliability one to like travel underwater and through like holes. I thought that was a cool concept. I like the fact that I could fight wild Digimon and collect their DNA samples so I could get my own partner Digimon, and it was really fun. I just didn't like that since I live in America, I didn't get the, I think it's called a PAL version of the game, where after you beat the game you could still play the game. For us, like as soon as you get to the near the end of the game, it kind of locks you in there and you can only battle the last guy ever. So then that taught me to always have like a backup save when you try to beat a final boss, because you may get stuck there. And I always have that paranoia whenever I play a game. I always have a backup copy just in case, because I like to explore and have fun. You know, it pretty much just locked you in. There was really nothing you could do about it. And there was also a lot of differences with the other game, like the residents come back from being pigs and you can actually talk to them and do quests, and it actually had way more life in terms of a video game. And in our game it only had a certain amount of life, and then that was it. D-World 4 was pretty much a hack and slash Digimon game with Digivolutions. It was pretty short in terms of a game. I think I remember beating it in like a day, and by a day I mean like I think it was on Saturday day to like a Sunday day. It wasn't that difficult, but it was fun playing with somebody, you know. Like I played with my brother, and we always had a fun time playing with each other, you know. I just think they focused too much on the weapons system, and they didn't really did too much about the game itself, you know. Like you couldn't Digivolve until almost the end game. I thought that was very off-putting, you know, because basically it didn't really matter what your Digimon do. It was can you recruit a weapon your Digimon uses. Your attack power comes from that. You know, your defenses come from like armor, even though you never saw your Digimon wear the armor. You know, those are a lot of things that kind of fell through the cracks in my eyes, but I think it was a good step into like doing different things. You know, but I still think Digimon World 1 was the original best one. You know, D-World 3 was a good attempt at a different, you know, like an RPG type game, similar to like a Final Fantasy, you know. And then now, like, I think they came out in the 3DS or the DS games, and you train them on a farm, and you could Digivolve them and de-Digivolve them. And then Cyber Sleuth came out, and it was pretty much an easier D-World 1, because it told you who you could Digivolve to. If you can't meet the requirements, you just de-Digivolve and re-Digivolve in terms that, you know, in hopes that you could actually get the stats so you could Digivolve to them. So it was more of a like new game friendly type Digimon game. I really like Cyber Sleuth, especially if you wanted a hard game. Man, play that game on hard, and it will definitely give you quite a challenge, you know. And you could always change back to normal mode or whatever. The only thing I think Cyber Sleuth did wrong is they didn't really localize a lot of the instructions or the buildings, you know. I remember I was doing a quest and I didn't know where to go because all the buildings were in Japanese and I can't read Japanese. So it was just me spamming X to talk to everybody on several maps until I eventually figured out where I had to go. So in terms of, you know, story and stuff like that, I wouldn't give it high marks. But the fighting aspect of the game was well, you know, the Digivolution was well. the whole DNA concept. You could get Mastermon, which was Lady Devimon and Antylamon's DNA for the first time, and several other Digimons that before you couldn't get. I thought it was really cool. I like the concept of the whole digital world coming into the real world effect. And like I know there's other games in Japan. I think there was another Digimon World type game for their Vita or whatever. But over here, like, we don't have that. You know, over here, there's not a big market for the handheld games. And the handheld games are pretty much cornerstoned by Pokemon. But yeah, that's why I tell people all the time. The first thing I ask them, if because most of the time is really like, do you like this game? Do you recommend this game? And I'm always saying, did you like Digimon World 1 back in 1999? If you said yes, you're gonna like it. It's exactly like it, except it's more modern. You know, you get 2 Digimon instead of 1. A lot of it's not as difficult, because I know everybody was off-putted by D World 1 when they're like, I don't know how you Digivolve. I always get a Nunamon. The game doesn't tell me anything, you know? And in this game, it still doesn't tell you anything. Hello, MetalGreymon. But at the same time, if you train, you battle, you play the game, you know, they give you like little cookie crumbs. They're like, hey, if you want a Greymon, you need so many attack power. Or if you want this Digimon, you need so much speed. So then it start giving you little quest markers. Like, okay, you want to do this, you want to do that. Granted, it doesn't tell you a lot, but as a person that comes from like the Dark Souls series and a lot of games that don't really hold your hand, it's just like, all right, play the game, you eventually will figure it out. I welcome this. I don't think it's overly difficult. I don't believe it's impossible. You just got to get to the mechanics of, you know, train your Digimon, play the story, recruit your Digimon. Eventually they're gonna die, so then you're gonna have to retrain again. And then you're back into recruiting, you're back to exploring, and then you just keep doing those, you know, 2 or 3 things over and over while you check out the new things that your town expands, and have fun, you know? Like, you can learn moves, you could battle those king-size Digimon if you want to challenge. You know, there's always things that you could do with this game, and I find it to be very, very fun.
Loosh, don't be a barnacle. Let our friend breathe.
You jealous, Himari?
Me? Jealous? I have no idea what you're talking about.
Spirited as ever, I see.
Hey, there you are, Mirei. How's your work coming along?
I've drawn up a map of the cables that make up the network of the digital world. And you?
We've conducted an investigation. We surveyed the townsfolk, new and old. If we check our knowledge of MachineDramon appearances against your cable map, we should be able to refine our search for trouble spots in the network to a high level of precision.
I agree. Let's get started right away.
We've got it. Look here. The main cable and the MachineDramon sightings overlap perfectly.
And the repair kit?
It's ready. Here you go.
The spot in need of repair is within faulty Ex Machina. Good luck. We're counting on you.
Yeah, I don't know anything about the post game, but I have heard people say that there is stuff to do after the post game, which is good. I mean, it's just like D World 1, and D World 1 you could beat the game pretty early, but you gotta collect all the townspeople so you could get a perfect 100. And the fact that they give you hard mode also is also pretty nifty, so you could do. I still got new mail. Oh.
Now then. Time to eat. Come on, eat up. Who's hungry?
You can't, but like I said, I played D World 1 and I know the numbers. Like I've been noting, you know, what Digimon gives you what prosperity. It's pretty much just like D World 1. Except with Megas, I think it's 4 points. So given that I'm only at the first technically 2 or 3 areas, and my prosperity is already at like 50 something, almost 60, I think it's safe to say that there's way more than 100 prosperity points. And that's not including the post game. So I think it will be over than 150. I think that could be a safe low estimate of how many prosperity you could get. Smiley face. Alright, I'm on a good track. Alright, a day haven't even progressed yet. Oh no 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 no. Well, at least I know I have to come here. I feel like you could definitely take your time because I progress the story until I hit like a wall. Like I know I can't beat those Digimon, so I need to train. And then I just train, and then while you train, like you're gonna train for a couple of days or so, so you might as well like, make sure you collect your materials, make sure you go out, make sure you upgrade your town, the little stuff like that. Alright, so definitely need to go to the other ship. These guys gotta sleep soon. I want to hurry up and do this because I feel like they're gonna faint away pretty quickly. Alright, perfect. You want to sleep?
Ready? Sleep well. Okay, gather round. Who's hungry? Who's hungry? Come on, eat up.
Yeah, like I don't know. It's just this is the same as D World 1, and I wasn't like annoyed or mad or like feeling that I'm missing something by not having online. Like you don't. It's exciting to play when you're playing by yourself. Like this is a good like single player game. I feel like a lot of games nowadays are. I can't go past them. They rely too much on online.
That's the way. Nice hit. With good aim. Bam!
Oh, rip. Yeah, I played the Noah, or however you want to pronounce it. I played that beta. It was alright. It was pretty good. I also played the For Honor beta, and it's pretty good. I just don't like because Ubisoft's more of a pay-to-win studio or developer, and I know that if you like subscribe or you have something that you pay them, you get like boosters, so it's like faster to level up. And I've noticed that if you win a match or whatever, you get certain gear. So I feel like the more you level up, the faster it is to like get gears and stuff like that. So it definitely benefits you to pay for the game than just to play it normal. I don't really like systems like that. And Noah, it's pretty good. Like, I can't hate on it. The only thing is people compare it too much to Dark Souls and Bloodborne, and I can agree that it draws certain like visual elements, like the whole dark scene and stuff like that. That game pretty much follows Japan's historical like context, and a lot of the quote unquote enemies are like deities or like villains in their mythology. But it's definitely cool. I definitely think people will like it. I played it. It's just really not for me. I don't know. It just doesn't keep my interest that much. I'd rather play games by myself. And I don't know. I mean, I played the beta, and to me, I guess it missed the mark somewhere. I'll be right back. Gotta use the restroom. Oh man, dude, get some sleep. Peace, howdy. Have a good night. Wow, there's a lot of materials here.
No mistaking it. That's the spot we're looking for. Ready with the repairs? Looks like it's finished. Confirming network restoration. We've done it. Transmission capacity should be restored. Is this a barrier? There was nothing in my sources about safeguards like this. Oh well. Now no one should be able to touch the cable. All we need to do is just transmit the antivirus program. Great work. Come on back to Digimon's house now.
No, I didn't play Redigitized because it didn't come to the States. Oh, that's an enemy. I thought that was the one I gotta help. Wow, this guy's so powerful. No, man, I only got one. Let me hurry up and try to recruit this Guardromon and not go back to town. That was a super close battle. I didn't think it was gonna be that powerful. I thought that was the guy I needed to recruit.
We can't use the antivirus program? But it's complete, isn't it? What's the issue?
Technically, the program's all set. Practically speaking, though, we've got one head-scratcher of a problem to solve. You know, all Digimon have a different data makeup, right? So we tried to update the antivirus program so it'd choose the right vaccine for each one automatically. But
It's a pretty unique program, so changing any bit of it makes the effects fade right away.
That's my fault. Self-taught programmer. Sorry.
Do you have any solution in mind? I doubt it'd be easy to make a vaccine that automatically changes to fit its target.
well, I thought maybe... What about Datamon?
Datamon? Who's that?
A prodigy of a Digimon when it comes to programming. I doubt there's anyone in this world better suited to the job.
But there's one big problem. Datamon's a scaredy cat. Almost never comes out where people can see it.
So you don't know where Datamon is?
Not a clue.
Datamon, huh? Wait a second. Could that be who Yukimura from town saw on the Nine Plains?
What?
Well, Yukimura is basically sleep-talking most of the time, so we can't really be sure, but...
Huh. I guess Yukimura could have just been floating so softly by, Datamon didn't even notice.
Sorry to pile more work on you, but could you talk to Yukimura and find Datamon?
I'll go too in that case. You'll probably need help if you're playing Digimon hide and seek.
Me too! I'm a really good hider! You'll never find me!
Great, now we'll be looking for two.
Come on, Lush. You're a big girl. We need you to hold down the fort here. No! I want to go with you!
Here, I'll get her. You go on and find Datamon for us.
Hey! Let me go, Kouta! Stay away from me, you perv!
Got a second? Made my day. Made my day.
Over here! Who's hungry? Come on, eat up! Time to eat!
Yeah, I knew Mirei was from Cyber Sleuth because I played that one, and she was in there. I don't know, like, I'm not sure if it's a reunion, but it's definitely a lot of people from different games in here, and it's definitely something welcoming to see. Especially since this is like probably the first Digimon game that came to America in a while. That wasn't like for the DS or something. Yeah, I could definitely see what you mean. Alright, that's the lab. Fishing hole. Did you snow wood? Nothing takes bamboo, does it? Just this. But I should be able to have leftover. No. It takes up all my bamboo. Huh. Let me do the lab and see what exactly is that. Yeah, I can't play the games in Japanese. I don't know what they mean. Probably makes the game way harder than it really should be. I mean, technically Cyber Sleuth wasn't really in English, they just translated everything.
Who's hungry?
But that was hardest. That was pretty hard to find like where you were going when you needed to meet people inside certain towns or buildings, and you couldn't know which ones was which.
Now then. Sleepy time. Now then. Here you go.
Well, you sure made me work for this. Do you know how hard it was to find anyone who knew where you were?
What do you mean?
Never mind. I was just talking to myself. Anyway, hold tight, Datamon pal. This won't hurt a bit.
Ow! What's going... My head?
Huh? That was fast. Oh well, time for plan B. All right, go get him, little Datamon. Oh, that's so sweet. You won't even fight back. Well, that's your fatal mistake. Finish him off, Datamon. Huh? What? Where'd you come from?
Stop Datamon from moving. We've still got time to use the antivirus program.
Here, this wasn't part of my calculations. Time to beat it before things get any worse.
Okay, I think this should be good. Thank you. That was a grim situation. Did you know that MetalEtemon? No. Any idea why you were targeted? None. It was very sudden. Without a word of warning, suddenly MetalEtemon was trying to take me away. I see. Which means the goal was probably keeping you quiet and under control. And it's not hard to guess why. I've got a bad feeling about this. I cannot comprehend this situation. What is happening? Datamon, could you come with us? We've got a big favor to ask you. I'll explain on the way. I understand. I can no longer stay here. Please, take me with you. I'll take Datamon and head back to Floatia. When you get back, let's meet up at Digimon's house.
Nice work. Wait, wasn't Mr. Mameo with you?
Mr. Mameo?
Yeah, he's my teacher.
Since when exactly?
Wait, so they left first? Oh no. Do you think something could have gone wrong?
Or it could be that they took this opportunity to escape.
What's that supposed to mean?
Mameo and Datamon could have been in cahoots. Datamon's job was to make the BH program, while Mameo called the shot. It would explain how an amateur like Mameo could code up an antivirus program all by himself.
We cannot discount the possibility, but I can't fathom...
Of course you can't, because this idea is totally baseless. Seriously? I'm a little late getting back and you want to slap me in handcuffs?
So... Mameo's a bad guy?
Look, now you went and led this innocent kid astray.
Don't worry, Lush. Mameo is all right. Probably.
Probably, huh? Well, he's guilty until proven innocent.
That's right.
Glad you could make it, Datamon. Thanks a bunch.
It is I who am grateful. This tamer kindly rescued me from a dangerous situation.
MetalEtemon, huh? That's one more problem to deal with, then.
That gadget he controlled Datamon with bothers me. The idea of Digimon just being controlled like that.
Maybe MetalEtemon is the one who made the BH program.
Nah. MetalEtemon is an excellent fighter, but not the kind of Digimon you'd call brainy.
There would most likely have to be a co-conspirator, or perhaps a leader.
A co-conspirator?
What is it, Taomon?
It's nothing. We should turn to the issue at hand. Datamon, you've grasped our present situation?
Yes, I have heard Mameo's explanation. Allow me to assist with the optimization of the antivirus program.
Much obliged. Then do have a look at the program for us.
I see. This may take a little while.
Please, go as fast as you can. In the meanwhile, let's continue our preparations.
Preparations?
We'll need to confirm that server tower is functioning properly, so we can use it as the transmitter. And if it isn't, we'll need to fix it. And at the same time, to protect it.
Yep, the enemy could be at server tower by now. We've got to be ready to forestall them.
Then I should go. Rikka's finally all healed up and ready. And we can't just make you handle everything all alone. We can do this. Right, Rikka?
Of course we can.
Great. Then let's get going. We'll see you later on.
Himari's really throwing herself into this. She must want to be as strong as you pretty bad.
Hey! I want to help too!
Oh, fine, sure. I'll think of something you can do, Lush.
Really? Maybe you're not a bad guy after all, Mameo.
Just take care, won't you? The enemy has megas fighting for them. No letting your guard down.
there too. We have to stop them, but...
Fine work. Watch as the network cable you repaired becomes the fuse that detonates the door to the old world. It's over. No, it's just begun. I, Titamon, have lit the fire that will forge a new world!
What are you talking about? Wait, what did you just do?
I've just enhanced what you call the BH program, and transmitted it to the entire world at once.
Enhance the BH program?
That's right. It's what's attacking your partners right now. As it drags all Digimon down into chaos, it'll become the cornerstone of a new world. A new order to smash the old.
You're the one who made the BH program? Are you trying to become a god or something?
A god? The very word is pitiful. Look at you. You cling to these foolish ideas of government, justice, what have you. An entity such of you would never understand. I am the executioner of gods!
Wait! Stop that! If the equipment breaks, we can't transmit the antivirus program!
Fool! Your program is useless. Surely you must have already noticed.
Oh, that's right. You have the antivirus program.
But let's make absolutely sure. Drown in despair!
Wait!
What are you trying to do?
Watch very closely! Wait, was that movement? Did you actually manage to optimize the antivirus program? You, my friend, smack him down!
You impertinent little...